to fix is this is not showing. Why? There we go. Done. Almost. We're almost there. Gotta resize it a little bit. Resize it a bit more. And there we go, I think. Okay, then I just need to move around a couple little things. Not that one. Let's maybe. That's probably fine. Okay, we need to shrink this a little bit more. I think that works. Let's see, is anyone watching? Let's see if I can figure this out. There we go. Okay. That's looking good. Ah, yes, I need this back. Okay. Let's take a look. Okay, this is okay. So far, so good. We're just doing some final setup here, folks. Thanks for bearing with me as I get this all created. All right, I think we are good to go. Think so. Okay. Move over to the testing server. Set myself to the creative so I don't. Okay, let's actually disconnect, reconnect just to get a fresh chat here. This will be our first stream here. All right. How do I know if I am live on YouTube? Live on YouTube. Let's figure this out. Supposedly I am. We have to do / live. Aha. Okay. So we are indeed live to YouTube. This is excellent. Okay. I need to pull this out so I can monitor that chat. I need to pull this out so I can monitor that chat. And then last but not least, I need you. Okay. Here we go. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right. We're going to need 4 channels. Oh, I will see what just happened in just a sec, folks. Sorry. Bear with me. We're still doing setup. I'm still learning how to do all this. Where is that Twitch one? Twitch. And then last but not least, I need, oh, where is it? Come on, YouTube. Yeah, there we go. Okay, okay. We're almost there. Almost there, people. I've got Twitch. I've got YouTube. I've got chat open for both. I just need to make this a little bit smaller. Okay. I think this is right. Well, it's good and the audio is solid. Perfect. No worries. I'll be looking anyway. Just dropping some chats for you. I appreciate it. High hopes. All right. You guys can hear me okay. I just need to figure out this chat in YouTube. Apparently, it's just saying moderation helps feel everyone feels safe. That is not the most helpful for me right now. Oh, I need to close it. Okay, okay. I see what's going on here. It's a little small. I'm going to have to work on getting that third monitor set up here. But for today, let's see how that goes. All right. Hey, Dragon. How's it going? We're doing this officially today. I got it all set up. I think it's all working. I hope said he could hear me okay. The audio was good. I have my Twitch and YouTube open at the same exact time, so I can hopefully keep track of chats. We'll find out. Just seen your live notification. Yeah, I sent out all the notifications. I sent it off on Discord. Um, so hopefully it looks like even the automations uh kicking off just fine, which is great. So yeah, I am simultaneously going to be streaming to Twitch, YouTube, and Discord. So whatever works for people, I am happy to accommodate. The only thing I still need to do here is actually have that chat open. Okay. This is going to be interesting. How well can I manage 3 chats at the exact same time and still play? Looks like my automation is in Twitch is kicking off just fine. Looks like it's asking or recommending that you can submit ideas, so that's awesome. Um, okay, I think we're good. I think so. And if we're not, I'll figure it out for next time. Okay, so I wanted to work on today this awesome idea that High Hope recommended, uh, which was this void monster. I think that sounds like so much fun. It was making me crack up last time we were talking about it. And yeah, it just sounds like fun. So that's the one I want to work on. It might be a little bit more involved than your idea, Dragon. Um, but I think because I want to be streaming quite a long time today, I have a feeling that that one uh, is probably going to go faster. Maybe not quite as engaging to watch. No offense, but just it's a little bit of a simpler plugin. And so it'll be fun to kind of see all these complicated pieces of the puzzle come together for something like Void Monster. So that is what we're going to work on today because it sounds fun. I'm inspired to work on it, and I think it'll be a good first stream. So I think the only other thing I want to do, I have the notifications that went out. I'm going to just make another little post in the chit chat. And hopefully that's not too annoying to people. We'll see. I'm going to try to not be annoying, but at the same time, try to be visible. So we'll see. It'll be a learning experience for me. A little bit of a balance. It does look like my chat overlay in Twitch is a little small, so I am going to try to fix that real quick. Yes. Yes, u/live after the name. Let me edit the message. /live. I edited message. I'm going to do that in the video as well. I just learned that little trick. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, well, that's funny. I don't know how to update this. I will have to make that change for next time to include the /live. That is an interesting difference. Okay. Chat overlay. That's what I was doing. Okay. Where are you? You're here. This is pretty tiny. I think we want it on top of that. I am going to have to learn how to make this better. Because that's a little hard to read, isn't it? It's a little jarring. So let's see if maybe I can move this over. Is that a little bit better? It's a little bit. Chat vertical. Let's see if we can modify this even more. Let's maybe make it tall and not wide. Let's play with maybe 300 wide and 1200 tall. Oh, okay. Width is good. It's a little smushed. I mean, it's better than nothing. Maybe I take the whole stream, make that a little smaller. This a little wider. How's that? What do you guys think? Is that better? You can still see the chat. We can kind of see everything we need to. I'm going to be looking at chat here for the next little bit, just see if anyone has any opinions. Please let me know. I know there's a little bit of a delay. I am going to be relying on your feedback. This is the first time we're streaming, so I still don't see it. Just brings me to shorts. Interesting. Do I not have it working? I swear I did just a second ago. Hold on. No, I definitely do. I'm not going crazy. Escape. Wait, what am I doing? Nope, not you. You. Come over here. I had it right the first time. Oh boy. All right, hold on. What? Screens, work with me. Oh my gosh. My computer does not want to behave today. Okay. No, I am definitely streaming to YouTube. 100%. All right, let me see. Try this link. Oh, I see the problem. I need to change my notifications to be the correct channel name. Okay, that was my bad. My notifications are going out as the wrong name. Whoopsie. Yep. That would do it. That would certainly be why people are not able to see it. Okay, Well, I am multi-streaming, so it's not the end of the world. We have Twitch, and Twitch is going to be my primary, but YouTube will still be a good additional way of reaching a little bit of a larger audience. So, okay, get back to the chat. I have that chat open. I have that chat open. All right. I can't tell what's happening. What is that alert? What does that mean? Did something happen? I apologize, people. I am figuring this out. Does it mean another viewer? Maybe? I think an additional person came and watched the stream. That might be what that little alert is. Okay, well, welcome everybody. Again, just a little bit of a recap. We are gonna. Oh, I got killed by a phantom. See? Oh my goodness. Goodness. Okay, we're on a test server, so it doesn't matter too much. Cool. All right. So, a little bit of recap. What are we working on today? I'm going to be working on a Minecraft plugin suggestion, which High Hopes I filled out on High Hopes' behalf. We were chatting live. And this is going to be a form that anyone can come in, and I'll show you the completely blank one. Okay, so here we go. You are going to be able to come in here using the form and basically share your idea. And I might, I'm going to love a lot of the suggestions. So eventually we'll probably get to most of them. Um, and yeah, we might build it live. So we're going to ask things like, what should the plugin be called? What does the plugin actually do? When should it activate our trigger? Any like special effects or stretch ideas? After we've got the core fundamentals of the plugin, what else can we do with it? And then if you'd like, you can go ahead and add your Discord tag so that we can credit you when we build it. I'm also, and don't hold me to this, but what I'd like to do is take these and make these premium plugins and then give a free copy to the person that suggested it. I think that would be really cool. So, on that note, let's read over High Hope's suggestion. So, we said the plugin should be called Void Monster. And the plugin is basically going to take any items that are thrown in the void and store them. It's still going to let them actually get deleted, but for the sake of understanding the idea, we're going to pretend that like they're held in this like ethereal storage. And then the way that the players are going to have to get those items back is they're going to have to battle a boss, and upon killing the boss, the items get thrown onto the ground. The items will randomly scatter in a configured radius around where the boss was killed, and that the items that are spat out will be renamed of the player that threw them into the void. So you'll be able to be like, oh, this is ArZor's sword that he lost to the void. Haha, I have it now. When should it activate or trigger? Whenever anyone throws any item into the void, but we're going to add a blacklist so that certain items don't end up being rewards from killing the boss, like the thousands and hundreds of thousands of Endor pearls that probably end up going into the void. And it should also keep track of items that end up in the void that players didn't specifically throw out, like out of their inventory. So, for example, like a dispenser, I Hope and I were talking, we thought it'd be funny if it also handled like activated TNT or someone shooting an arrow into the void or a trident or whatever. So some stretch goals are going to be, what if someone drops a mob into the void? What should we do with that? Should we include the activated TNT for more chaos? Like you get the boss, all the items got strewn out, but so did a bunch of TNT. What if an arrow or the trident was thrown? As I mentioned, does it keep the momentum? I think that'd be kind of fun. All of a sudden, the boss dies and arrows and tridents go flying out. And then do we cap the same amount of items? So, like, if we did want to include ender pearls, there's like a maximum amount. And then should we do this in a void worlds? So maybe there's like a little arena, but then you could fall off into the void while you're actively fighting the boss, and it just like keeps things going because it's also keeping track of you falling, and it just adds to the current live boss all the stuff that people are falling into the void with. um, and yeah, so basically, either we could have them fight a new boss, so it just kind of holds on to them for the next boss fight, or it adds it to the current boss fight. We could totally do any of those. We should also keep track of players that die in the void. So this is kind of what we're talking about. The void monster is going to then summon those players as minions. Essentially, we're going to use like potentially zombies, yeah, and then utilize a plugin to like disguise them as that player who died, and that zombie minion is gonna fight against the players, and basically killing that minion will drop the items that the player had on them when they died. And I'm thinking zombies because we'll easily be able to disguise them, and they have good pathfinding, and they track players from really far away. They're not too fast. I mean, we could definitely modify that. We could make them really fast. All those attributes we could really play with, which leads into the next point, which is players. Potentially, one of the ways we could make this more balanced is players who have more playtime. We're going to assume are developed players who have probably much better gear. Um, they will be much stronger minions proportional to their playtime. And then as a final thing, leaderboards. So we'll have like number of void monsters defeated and number of minions defeated, and so on and so on and so forth. So we're going to kind of track all those different things. So how do we get started? The first real key principle. Oh, and I should say, we are going to heavily utilize ChatGPT to help us kind of keep track of our ideas. We're going to use it to help us kind of give us checklists when we want to do quality control and assurance. It will help us kind of make sure that we're not skipping anything. And then if we do run into any hiccups or issues, stuff doesn't compile, we run into uh, weird behaviors that were like, hey, well, I wanted it to do this, but it ended up being more like this. ChatGPT can kind of help us diagnose those issues and then suggest new code. We're going to do our best to follow really good coding practices as far as the structure of our code and our comments on the code. And I'll kind of walk you through the whole way, step by step, what we're going to do from taking this concept and turning it into a fully fledged plugin that will then pop on a testing server, do those quality controls, and get it to a completely up and running plugin. Now, this is a pretty involved plugin, so it's very possible that this is going to take multiple days, but that's fine. We're going to have fun doing it. And if you guys have any questions anytime at all, I'm going to do my best to monitor YouTube chat, Twitch chat, or Discord chat. So whatever works for you. If you want to join us on YouTube, you want to join us on Twitch, or if you want to jump in the Discord, um, all those you can get all those links actually here in Twitch. I'm gonna work on getting some of those functionalities built out into YouTube if I can. And so you can basically choose whatever platform works best for you. If you do choose to use Discord, the chat is a little interesting. Once you join the cafe voice chat, please mute yourself or I will have to mute you. Unless you, how do I phrase this? Um, I may allow people to join me and talk uh, through the cafe voice chat, but I think for the sake of this stream, please just mute yourself or I will mute you instead. So, with all that housekeeping out of the way, let us actually get into it today. So, step one, we're going to plug basically this entire form into ChatGPT and tell us, like, hey, we want to make a plugin. What do we need to do? So, let's do that. So, I'm going to take this whole thing. All right, here we go. Oh, and to keep our thoughts organized, we are using a paid version of ChatGPT. It's the $20 a month one, so it's nothing crazy. but it will kind of allow us to keep things more organized over the standard free one. So create a login, $20 a month. I don't think you technically need to pay for it in order to utilize the projects feature. We can certainly ask for clarifying questions. I mean, ChatGPT will tell us one way or the other. But I do believe you will more than likely, and as I did, run into some pretty heavy limitations with trying to do coding and ChatGPT when it's free. It doesn't really handle big requests, and it isn't super great at giving you accurate code. Now, not that we're just going to take what it gives us as the ultimate truth. We're obviously going to fact check it. I always recommend to people that if you are going to use a tool like ChatGPT, be cautious, be smart about it, try to be very clear with your communication so that you get good feedback. So good in, go out. Twitch won't stay in landscape mode on my phone. Oh no. I don't know how to help you with that. I'm sorry, Dragon. Hopefully you get that figured out. Okay. Well, good luck. All right, here we go. Let's kick this off. We're going to take this suggestion, throw it into ChatGPT. It's going to give us kind of a step-by-step guide on what we need to do to make this a fully conceptualized and realized plugin. So I'm going to tell it, let me just make sure we've got a new project going on. New project, let's call this one Void Monster. All right. We got our Void Monster. We got a new chat. All right. We want to make a new plugin. Give me an exact play-by-play checklist. Take us from idea to reality. Here is the information you will need to know. All right, copy and paste that whole suggestion. Let's see what ChatGPT can figure out. All right, here's your exact step-by-step checklist to take the Void Monster plugin from concept to reality, from planning to full development. Fine requirements: confirm plugin name, Void Monster, identify key mechanics. We're going to store items thrown into the void. We're going to blacklist system for excluded items. We're going to make a boss summons after a trigger. The boss is going to drop void stored items. So we're basically just reading off to make sure it fully understood what it is that we are asking it to do. So just double, triple checking that it's clearly understanding all the things that we want to make this plugin do so that when it actually helps us build out the code, it is doing it properly. So, all right, back to reading the list. Blacklist systems for excluded items, boss summons after trigger, boss drops void stored items, renames drops with thrower's name, track void death and summon player based minions, use live disguise for zombie clones, TNT arrows, mob tridents as valid tracked entities, items stacking, capping to reduce overload, void loop possibility, items fall back in. That part excites me. I think that's hilarious. Leaderboards for boss and minion kills, playtime scale minion difficulty, config.yml sections. So yeah, we're going to basically have a couple of different things here. We are going to try to make sure that this plugin is built from the ground up with customization in mind. So we're going to really do our best to not hard code anything. We want this to be a plugin that anyone could essentially take and use it on their server and be able to change a bunch of stuff according to their preference. So whether you like or don't like any of the features, you can turn and toggle anything off, completely customize the words, the styling, you name it. That way it can be completely custom to your needs. So we'll build out the core mechanics. Those won't really change. However, how you choose to implement them on your own server might change. So, we're going to build out everything, but then the config is going to be essentially what allows for that customization. So, we can choose whether or not to blacklist items. We'll be able to change the boss stats and appearance. We'll be able to change the scatter radius. We'll be able to change the mob death tracking toggle. So whether or not you throw a mob into the void, and that counts. We'll be able to toggle an item cap per type, whether we want leaderboards, how we want to configure those minions, health, strength per playtime, etc., any cooldowns and trigger delays, and then any world or region restrictions. Because you might not just want this, everywhere. If you don't want to do this in your main end world, you should be able to set this up so that it could potentially be in a completely custom arena world. So we're going to allow for all of that. And then we're going to need to do a lot of tracking of data and holding on to it. So if the server randomly crashes, or if we just restart the server for some reason because we feel like that would be fun to do, um, we should make sure that this plugin gracefully uh, shuts down or disables itself and holds on to all that data so that nothing's lost. And when we come back up, we're good to keep going right where we left off. So we're going to track the items that are stored. We're essentially going to track void stored items. So we're going to track it by the UUID. So what UUID is essentially a unique identifier. Every player has their player name, which you're used to seeing in game, but behind the scenes, if you're not familiar with this, every single player has like a string of numbers, and that is essentially a unique identifier so that even if two different players have very similar names to the behind the scenes Minecraft system, they are completely different people and they could have vastly different UUIDs. So that's going to be a more robust way of actually tracking who threw what in. We're also going to track if players get killed to the void. So if you were roaming around in the end and you fell into the void, we're going to keep track of that. And then we're also going to keep track of like leaderboard stats. We're also going to choose a couple of different ways that that information can get stored. So depending on a server, you might have very limited capabilities in what you can do as far as storing of this kind of data. So one common method, which is not highly optimized, but does keep track of everything in a way that servers with limited resources can still utilize it, would be a YAML, or a JSON file. Those are just specific types of files, just like a dot txt would be a text file, or a dot an Excel file is a certain type of file, and Adobe PDF is another type of file. These are just specific file types. Or if a server has a little bit more resources or functionality, we can store it as like a database, which is a little more optimized. So just want to give people options depending on what their capabilities are, what their server setup looks like. We don't want to exclude anybody. So phase two. So we understand these are all the things that we want to do. Phase two is actually going to be creating and implementing things. So we're going to utilize a tool called Maven to actually build out the plugin. We're going to make all the folder paths. We're going to declare all our dependencies. So this essentially is, in order for this plugin to work, we need these other plugins to be on the server. And then we'll set up item tracking logic and void death tracking. And then finally, we move on to the boss and minions, and then leaderboards, and then we'll do all the testing. So, and then final thing would be actually publishing it and sending it out to you guys so people can purchase and actually use this plugin. With the, as I mentioned earlier, my goal here is that you guys, anyone, can come in here, submit a plugin suggestion form that we might build here live, and your suggestion, if we make it, my goal here is that we are gonna then sell that plugin, and you will get a free copy. I think that'd be a really nice way to not only shout you out, saying thank you for the suggestion, but also, you know, say I appreciate you. Thanks for giving me content to stream. So that's my plan moving forward. Speaking of which, this suggestion today comes from High Hopes, High Hopes 5. So we were chatting the other day in chat, and he came up with this awesome idea. I just kind of helped form the idea, made it a little more concrete, just really defined the idea. And that way, today, here in on this first stream, which thank you for everyone uh, chiming in and joining me today, we're going to start kicking off actually building it. Okay, with all that said, let's actually do some work today. 30 minutes in and we haven't even gotten started, but we've laid the groundwork, so I appreciate it. Here we go. We are going to start defining some of these requirements. So I'm going to take this whole thing. Let's actually go all the way up to phase 1. All right. And then let's say we are going to confirm the plugin name. Check. We want to store items thrown in the void. Check. Blacklist system for excluded. We definitely want that. We want the boss summoning. We can choose what triggers the boss summoning. So we'll factor that in. What the boss drops, how we're going to rename those, how we're going to track everything. Let's make this a stretch goal. Stretch goal. Whoops. Let's actually spell it right. Make the TNT a stretch goal. And item tracking, stacking. I think having that capping feature should be built in from the ground up. That is going to be important. Void loop possibility. Let's make that a stretch goal, leaderboards for minions, and the scalability. Okay, config options. Okay, I got you on my Roku TV. Nice. I need to figure out what the heck that little ping is for. I really don't know. All of a sudden, Twitch is going ding, ding. If anyone else knows, let me know because I do not know what to interpret that sound as. Maybe I could find out. Is it it's an alert box? Maybe? Hold on. Let me see if that's what's going on here. I need to make this bigger. I don't know if it's subscribers. I really can't tell. I'm so sorry, people. If anyone can help me figure this out, I would be appreciative. I do not know what that alert box is. I'm so sorry. It's making me crazy. It's all good though. I will figure this out. We are just gonna update our follower goal. I think it may be that it might be followers. If so, I greatly appreciate it. We do not have a subscribe option yet. They can. I don't know what that means. Help me out. I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to. Just a follow. Oh, maybe I don't have enough people yet. Am I? Maybe you can't subscribe until. Maybe I'm using the wrong word. Should I be saying follow, not subscribe? Because subscribe is after you become an affiliate. Maybe. You do have to unlock it. Okay, thank you, Bacon. Thank you for the clarity, because I was like, I don't know what you mean. Sorry, I'm just gonna do a little more housekeeping here. I want to update that goal, so I just need to make a little screen capture for myself, so that when I do done and then I come back in here and oops, end the goal and then redo it. We are gonna get this correct. Okay, so there's 50. We currently have 6. And let's do 50. Oopsie. Hold on here. Follow 50 followers goal. Let's build a plugin together. I will look at chat here in just a sec. Yeah, you need to be an affiliate to get it. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Let's build a plugin together. Okay. Let's make the goal here 07/01/2025. And is that right? Done. Now, why is it still saying 3? I don't know. Okay. I told it we were starting with 6, but it still chose to say 3. Okay, something to figure out for NetStream. Moving on. Plugin config system. We do want the option to blacklist items. Oops. Here we go. Oh my goodness, this darn thing is just jumping around like crazy. So blacklist items, boss stats, drop scatter radius, mob death tracking toggle. Let's make that a stretch goal. Leaderboards are a stretch goal. Minions are a stretch goal. But I think the world restriction should be from day 1. And let's also do the cooldown and trigger delays as day 1. We definitely need to store items. We definitely want to store players. We aren't worried about the leaderboards just yet, but we do need to make sure that we have the file structure to actually be able to do this. Okay, so just feeding that all into ChatGPT. Excuse me. Oh, how funny. Dragon, Bacon, I think you need to chop up what you were trying to say. I'm seeing the auto moderation say that you were trying to send too long of a message. So try seeing if that helps you out. All right. So, I guess, sorry, I'm going to have to clarify. Sorry, those checkboxes were to confirm features, not to say we had any of them done. Help me build out the folder structure for this. All of this. Okay. Okay. So here is going to be our folder structure. There's going to be a lot going on. And one really, really, really important thing is if we're going to be utilizing ChatGPT to help us out here, we need to do things exactly like it says, down to case sensitivity and exact wording. Otherwise, and when we continue through the process, it's going to think we are just following its instructions, but we made a spelling error, and now all of a sudden everything's broken. And when we go to troubleshoot, it's going to be a little confused. So just something to note there that if we don't do it exactly, it could potentially still work. However, we're going to have to do a lot more troubleshooting afterwards. So just something to keep in mind here. as we're utilizing this tool. ChatGPT is incredibly powerful, but if we mess up, that's on us, not ChatGPT. So let's get started. I am going to pull up a file explorer over here, and I can walk you through exactly how we're going to set this up. Let me just get some preliminary stuff figured out. So new folder, the very first one, we're going to call it Void Monster. Okay, let me get into that, and I will bring this over so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Alrighty, we're starting completely fresh here. Here is our very first Void Monster folder inside our C drive on our computer. I'm just gonna slide this over so that you don't have to see all my other folders. Okay, so very, very first one, and I'm basically just gonna follow this to the letter, right? And I'll kind of help explain what all these this kind of readout looks like. So we're gonna start all the way at the very top, and we're gonna call it source. So new folder src. Spell it exactly like we see. We're going to hit enter. Okay, inside source. That's what that next step down means. Is we're going to come in here, make a new folder. And this is going to be a lot of making folders, a lot of making files. Everything's going to be blank at first, but we're setting the groundwork. We're setting the framework. Okay. Now we're doing main, main, just double checking. Inside main, we're going to make yet another folder. This one's going to be called Java, Java. Inside Java, we're going to have yet another folder. This one's going to be called dev. Now, this folder, depending on your environment and essentially what you're doing, this folder's name may change. So, for example, if you host a lot of your plugin source code on GitHub, it would make sense that this folder would probably be called GitHub. But since I'm not using GitHub, at least not right now, we're just going to call it dev. It makes it clear to anyone who follows essentially what this folder is for. Okay. Inside dev, we're going to make another folder. Now this folder is going to be my name, ArZor, ArZor, and that is most traditionally the name of the developer, at least the lead developer. It could be something else. I mean, again, it can kind of be whatever. Bacon was trying to tell you something, but his message was too long and got chat muted for 10 minutes. I'm so sorry. This stream is going to be family friendly. The server that I manage is family friendly, and so I would rather err on the side of too extreme moderation to be able to maintain the family friendly nature than too little. So it might be a little heavy handed. I apologize. I'm gonna see if I can find a nice balance, but just please be aware that that's why it might seem a little heavy handed today. So I'm gonna learn. I'm gonna learn through this whole process, trying to find the right balance between what's too much, what's too little, tweak little mistakes here and there. I'm gonna try to take really good notes. Speaking of which, let me actually get a notepad up and going here, so I can actually practice what I preach. Okay, let's do that. Let's pull it out. Oops, hold on. Let's not do it in here. I'm just gonna close out all my currently open notes. Close all. No. Okay, we're gonna save that for later. Just gonna pull up a regular notepad for today. Notepad. So, couple of things I need to remember. Oopsie. Oh, come on. Notepad. You're killing me, Smalls. Ah, there we go. All right. First and foremost, I need to look at chat timeout. I need to, and I need to correct my links to YouTube live. Live and fix my starting soon screen. Okay. All right. I've got these little notes running for myself. All right. Back to this. So, me as the developer, and then inside here is really where all the magic's going to start happening. So, we're going to make a new folder. This is going to be the name of our plugin. So, in this case, Void Monster. And then inside Void Monster, we're going to have a lot of stuff going on. And we're going to try to keep this really organized. So we're going to kind of break up all of our files into some interesting ways. We're going to have all of the files that talk about commands in one subfolder. We're going to have all the files that talk about listeners in another subfolder. Then all the things that are going to manage anything from the boss spawning to the minion spawning to leaderboard stats, etc. We're going to all be under what's called managers. And then we're going to have the data, which essentially is holding on to all those, all the bits of information, like I mentioned earlier. So if we have a crash or a shutdown or a restart, we don't lose anything. And then last but not least, we'll have some utilities. So we'll be able to like do color formatting and projectile source and the scattering of the drops, all that kind of stuff. So this is just going to really help us so that, and future people, if for some reason this was ever to be open source, that they will be able to come in here, make sense of what all these different files do in a way that is user friendly. So we kind of want, I mean, you don't have to do this, but it is good practice. And I want to try to teach you guys the best practices as far as I understand them. Now, I don't claim to be an expert, but I do try to make sure that I am highly organized and always trying to do things the best way that we possibly can. So here we go. So we're already in. So if you follow along, we're in source, then main, then Java, then dev, then my name, the developer, ArZor, the name of our plugin, Void Monster. And here's where we're going to actually start building stuff out. So one other little tip is when you're doing this, if you're on a Windows computer, and I'm going to be doing everything on a Windows computer, so these tips and tricks are really only going to apply to Windows. If you're on a Mac, sorry, um, yeah, you're going to have to do some Googling or ChatGPT to do some translating. So, uh, very first thing here in Windows, you're going to want to go to View, you're going to want to go to Show, and you're going to want to include file name extensions. This is really important when we're making some of these file types, because if we don't do that, we'll end up with like text files that are named .java, but they won't actually be .java files. So a little bit of an issue if we don't do that. So very first thing, right out of the gate, we're going to do our main class. So if you see these little notes, oh, this is good. So this first plugin is going to be our main plugin class. Then this under commands, we're going to have one that is going to basically allow us to do the Void Monster base commands. Then we're going to have another one that lets us do a summon command. We're going to have another one that lets us do a stat command. And then we're going to have another one that lets us do a reload command. Under listeners, we're going to handle the void dropped items. We're going to handle players dying to the void, handle post boss drops. So when the boss dies, spilling out all those items. Then under managers, we're going to have one that talks about storing and managing those items. So kind of holding it in that like ethereal storage. Then we'll have one about spawning the boss and handling its behavior. Another file that's going to talk about spawning clones, which is a stretch goal, as we mentioned. Leaderboard stats, another stretch goal. And then loading the config values. So like, okay, sure, you let people make all these modifications and these changes, but if we don't actually load that into the plugin, then what's the point? You know, we told them you could make these changes, but none of them are actually applying. So this is going to be a really, really important file, that config manager. Well, I mean, all of this is important, but that one in particular. Then under our data, we're going to have basically allowing you to have between flat file or JSON, storing of the inventories, and then stat storage as well. And then last but not least, utilities, the color formatting. So uh, being able to basically pick exactly what all the messages are going to say, using whatever color you want, using hex colors, you name it. The sky's the limit, and that's all going to be handled by a tool that someone already built. So we're going to tie into it. It's a kind of industry standard called Mini Message. Then another utility is going to be for tracking those projectiles, which is a stretch goal that we talked about. And then last but not least, the location utility of the scattering and safe spawn positions and all kinds of different stuff like that. So let's get started. The very, very first thing is this main class file, voidmonster.java. So and then to not only make my life easier, but also to make sure that we don't have errors, we are just going to try to copy and paste everything. So here's an example. If I were to just copy and paste, I'd end up with voidmonster.java.txt. We don't want that. We want a .java. So make sure that you're actually taking the whole thing, then doing a paste, and then hitting enter. You're going to get a warning. Anytime you change a file extension on Windows, this is a good warning. If you don't know what you're doing, the file could become corrupt, unstable, permanently destroying that file. So just be super careful that you're only doing this if you know what you're doing. We do, so we're going to hit yes. We're good to go. Okay. Next, let's set up some of these folders, these subfolders. So we're going to have one called commands. Okay. We're going to have one called listeners. And if I'm ever going too fast and you guys have questions, please ask away. I'm happy to answer any questions. I want this to be engaging and educational. So I'm happy to kind of get sidetracked a little bit and go down a rabbit hole and answer a question that you guys have. So by all means, ask away. If I'm going too fast, let me know as well. All right, moving on. New folder called listeners. Another new folder called managers. And another folder called data. I know this is kind of the boring stuff. We're just setting up all the groundwork, all the foundation, but it will start getting really interesting when we start building out the code and having that kind of feedback back and forth with ChatGPT. When it gives us some code, we're going to look over it, make sure it's not just completely hallucinating. And I'll kind of walk you through some of the terminology and step by step what that code is doing. And the nice thing is we can kind of have ChatGPT do that for us. And I'll kind of show you what I mean by that. So we've got all of our folders. Now we need to come in here and actually make all the blank files. So you'll see that they say 0 kilobytes. It is a completely empty file, but that's okay. We're just laying the groundwork. So again, commands. And we'll probably end up with more than this, but this is a good starting point. So text document, I'm going to do Control A on my keyboard, Control V, hit enter, enter again, and we're good to go. Come over here, grab the next one. Being careful to just grab. We don't want to add any blank spaces. Again, we have to be very precise with what we're copying and pasting. Just trying to eliminate some tedious troubleshooting down the road because I've been there and you'll get there. But it just is kind of nice if you can do your future selves a favor and just be a little bit slow, a little bit methodical when you go to set these up for the first time, because it will pay off down the line. All right, new text document again, Control A, Control V, enter, enter again. All right, now we're grabbing the next one. Back and forth we go till we get all of our files in place. Next, command reload. Come here, go there, A, Control V, enter. Okay, we have everything we need in commands. So we're going to back it up. We're going to go back to void monster. We're now going to go into listener. Now I'm going to order these a little bit differently so that they're, okay, they are alphabetical, so we're good there. Let's go into listeners. Okay. Item void listener. Control C. What just happened? I remember one time when you messed up a plugin, some serious troubleshooting there. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Man, troubleshooting sucks. I mean, it's a necessary evil, but my goodness, it can take a lot of your time. so, so yeah, uh, it can be fun, but it's kind of like you screwed up somewhere, so now you got to fix it. So try to do our future selves a favor. Make sure the comma's in the right spot. Exactly. Oh my gosh. One comma, one quote out of place, like the coding language, Java, and especially what we're doing, is extremely susceptible to syntax errors. Any mistake anywhere in your entire code could cause the thing to just basically spontaneously combust. Not literally, but it will just fail outright, refuse to work. One of the things that I'll also teach is how we can create like a debug mode, and that debug mode can allow us to monitor exactly where and when something goes wrong and get really verbose, just extensive is another word, um, readouts of what went wrong and where. So that'll be kind of something we work on in the future. Right now, again, we're just kind of laying the groundwork, but we're going to try to get there. So, item void listener. Now we're on to the void death listener. New text document, Control A, Control V, enter. And then our last listener, at least for this exact moment, this might change. Okay, we've got all of our listeners in. Let's move on to managers. All right, we've got our void item manager. And for any of you that might just be joining us, basically we are working on a plugin from a user suggestion, and this is the form that you guys can go to. If you guys have your own suggestions, go ahead and fill it out. Try to be as detailed as you possibly can, and if you'd like, add your name at the bottom so I can give you a shout out and credit you when the plugin is all said and done. So, void item manager. Oh, and also so that you can receive a free copy and I can reach out to you. If you don't include that, I'm going to assume that you did not want credit, you did not want a free copy. So there you go. That link is in the Twitch chat where you can go to submit your own ideas. All right. Minion manager. So some of these will stay blank for a while, especially if they're stretch goals. But eventually we'll get to them. Alrighty. That is our managers done. We're getting close. We just got data and utilities left. All right. New folder, or sorry, text document. And another one. And then the last one in data. Okay, great. And then we have our utilities here. That's going to be our last one. Just trying to get things a little more. There we go. Okay. Better visibility. Okay, utilities. text utilities.java. If you guys saw there, I changed my highlight because I was going to grab an extra space. Subtle thing, but I was coming from this side and it was grabbing some additional spaces and that would have thrown me off. So I just made sure to start from the left side so that I got exactly the right amount of spaces and letters and whatnot. Okay. Last but not least. Okay. That is all of our files in that are going to handle the actual building of the plugin, but there are some final other files that we need. We're almost there, I promise. So here we go. Oh, and I see another little issue in that Streamlabs kind of automated message. It looks like the wording is a little off. Just use slash or exclamation mark suggestion chat anytime to grab the link in chat anytime to grab the link. Okay. Submission auto message in Twitch has in chat anytime to grab the link duplicated. Okay. Keeping track of all the little things that I need to fix for next time. All right. Let's go back to here, pick up where we left off, other files. So we're going to come back to source. We already have a folder called main. Inside that, we already have a folder called Java. So we need to make a new folder. We're going to call this one resources. And these fundamental principles of folders and their names are very important, except for the few that I've mentioned. If you don't have it exactly like this, at least for Minecraft plugins, it will not work. So just be very mindful that you need to be very meticulous in setting this stuff up. So here we go. We're going to have our plugin.yml. And this is almost going to be all of them. There's still going to be some minor little additional ones for telling our compiler how to interpret our plugin. But this should be pretty good. If this structure looks good, I can now generate plugin.yml empty stubs for okay. No directory stubs probably named all scaffold files. I want to start with this one. Okay. So let's start with plugin.yml. Let's start with plugin.yml. This is going to lay our foundation. So something to note here, I have previously kind of trained ChatGPT to add these little header blockers at the top, and it won't naturally look like that. And if we aren't happy with this, we can even tell it to go a step further. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, or actually I don't even need to copy it. What I can tell it is, please add rich but concise, concise comments and headers to break up each section and line of code. Okay, we made a little bit of a spelling error there, but not too bad. So here we go. Just a little bit nicer than we had before. We've got it, the basic plugins, some command registration, and then permissions, and then some individual notes on what each permission is. And so giving it that feedback that we want, concise but rich is kind of the terminology there. Comments allows us to get this really nice looking plugin.yml. So I'm going to utilize a tool here. This is a program called Notepad++. And it's like your regular Notepad, except way more powerful. So we're going to take this whole thing that it spat out and we're going to paste it in. But right now we're on a new file. We need to make sure that we are modifying plugin.yml. So just a simple double click. We'll open that up. Control V, we'll paste that all in. Just gonna do a little bit of cleanup, take out that extra space, and double check. Okay, so let me explain what we're seeing here. What we're seeing here is our plugin.yml. This is our core metadata and setup for bucket and spigot plugins. So a little bit of a history lesson here. I know I've mentioned this to some people before, but the language, or I should say, let me use a better terminology here. You can think of Minecraft as a computer, and you can think of bucket, spigot, paper, and a lot of other options out there as like the operating system, just like you would think of Windows, Mac, Linux, whatever. So this particular plugin, we are going to make compatible for Bucket and Spigot, and by virtue paper as well. But you could basically make a plugin that is only compatible with Bucket. You could make a plugin that's only compatible with Spigot, and you could make a, so on and so on and so forth. Bucket itself was the original operating system, if you will, that Minecraft was built upon when the very first developer made it. And a more modern version that's very, very popular is Spigot, that was been around for a lot of years. And now I would say, for the most part, the industry standard is generally paper, which just kind of each one kind of built upon its predecessor. So Spigot took what Bucket had and made it even better. And in my opinion, so did paper. Paper took upon what Spigot had and made it even better. So what are we seeing here within plugin.yml? So the very first thing we need to do is give our plugin a name. Then we're going to tell it where is our main class. So as I mentioned before, we have this little file structure. Let me scroll back up. All right. So our main class file is this one called voidmonster.java that we created, and we put it this many layers deep. And so that's basically what we're calling out. We're calling out to dev ArZor void monster, and then void monster is, and we don't need to include the .java part, is the name of our main plugin class. We're going to make this version 1.0, and we're going to build it against the 1.20 Minecraft API. So if you wanted to build this against 1.16 or 1.18, 1.8, heaven forbid, that's where you would do that. Then we have the author, and then we're going to write a little description on what this plugin is. Then we're going to do any commands that we want, we're going to add in this section. And then any permissions we're going to do in this section. So right off the gate, it understood that we wanted a command called void monster. And there's going to be some sub entries, but that's okay. Void monster summon, void monster reload, void monster stats. They're all under void monster. We can also add some aliases, so you don't have to just type out the full /void monster. We could do /vm, /void mon, whatever. The sky's the limit here. We get complete control over what those aliases are. So sometimes you might have a plugin that conflicts with another plugin because it uses the exact same commands. Easy enough to just come in here, make an alias, and then now you don't get that conflict. Or if you do, there's a way around it. As for permissions, we're going to have a couple of different options. We'll have one for the admin that basically grants them access to all admin commands. We'll have one that if you just wanted people to be able to, like, I don't know, say you had an event person, you didn't want them to modify the whole plugin, but you wanted them to be able to summon the monster, then you could do restrict it to just void monster, or sorry, you could restrict just the summon command, you could restrict just the stats command, just the reload command, so on and so on and so forth. In this scenario, this last little tag, default, means essentially who has that plugin guaranteed when the plugin starts up. So admin is going to be given to the ops, so is the summon, so is the reload. You don't actually have to go into your permissions manager and add that plugin to an ops player. And then the last one, void monster stats. We're also saying that by default, every single player will have access to this command, and you do not have to specify it in your plugin manager. So hopefully that makes what the plugin YML is saying very clear, line by line. That's why we add all those comments. Okay. Whew, that was a lot. Give me just a sec. Let me take a little drink and I will be right back. All right. Thanks for a little pause there. Just need to, my voice is going to take a beating today, so got to keep myself hydrated. Okay. We are done with our plugin at YML. Now we may come back, we might make some additional changes in the future, but because we've done such a good job of organizing our code, documenting it, making comments, it'll be really easy to come in here and just add another command, another permission whenever we want. If we end up coming and making a new version, like a sub version, we can, instead of calling it version 1.0, when we go and compile the plugin in the next time, we could call it 1.0.1, 1.1.0, so on and so on and so forth. So we have like our major, our minor, and then our hot fixes. So that's also another kind of way of understanding when, uh, if you're accurately using your versioning number, that is kind of the industry standard. You have a major version, you have a minor version, and then you have your hot fixes. So generally, you should only ever see those first two numbers change, and that last number is kind of a just in case. So um, if we're building a plugin in the future that's not 1.20, we would pick something else, as I mentioned earlier. So moving on from plugin.yml. All right, we'll minimize that. All right, so we're happy with what it presented to us. Let's scaffold out config.yml. So we don't have all the other code in yet, so we can't really fully build out a config.yml, but we can at least lay the groundwork so that when we go in to make a config.yml in the future, we've got some jumping points. And as you can see, ChatGPT did a really good job of remembering how we like our code to look. So it's going to make sure that it's doing these headers and some comments. And we might have to do some little cleanup, like it looks like we need a little extra space there just to make that look nicer. We're going to line this one up, so it added a weird little extra space. Uh, it looks like there was a reason for it because it was a little goofy. It couldn't get it quite like what we wanted, but that's fairly decent. Okay, so in our config, this is going to be the way for a plugin or a server owner to come in and make changes. And if this is exactly how they're going to see it, I mean, not in these colors, but this layout. Um, and it's just going to make it really easy for them to be able to make these changes and understand what they're doing when they make these changes. So right off the bat, we have worlds. These are the worlds that are going to be tracked and considered. We need to keep track of the items that are falling into the void. So we would add probably like world underscore the underscore end for the end. But if you had a custom named end world like we do on our server, resource underscore the underscore end, we could track both of those. We can trigger a delay before the boss spawns. We could track max number of items to, and this is duplicates included. We could spread that out to like max number of items versus max number of duplicate items. So again, we're just kind of laying the groundwork. We can make a blacklist. So these are items that will not be tracked or stored. So anything we just want to remove from the blacklist, it's easy to just change the list. And then we have our boss configuration, we have our drop behavior, we have void death handling, minions, leaderboards, and so on. I'm really happy with this. It understood the assignment. We were very clear in presenting our idea, telling it exactly what we wanted, so that when we get to a config YML, it can pretty much just give us a plug and play um, file. There's not a whole lot we need to do here. We just have to double check that we like what it gave us, and if we have any comments, we can tell it. but I'm pretty happy here. So we're ready to move on. Okay, so next up, so we've got our plugin, we've got our config. Again, if you guys remember, we have our void monsters, our main file, then source, then main. Then we kind of take two different branches, either Java or resources. We were just in resources. We finished filling those out, and now we're going to come down the Java path. So in Java, then dev, then my name, then void monster, and now here's all of our stuff. So let's make a void monster.java. Let's make a void monster.java next. Alrighty. The main plugin class for void monster, including lifecycle hoods, config loading, and preps for manager config feature registration. Okay, great. Make sure it. Oh, looks like we have someone joining us here in Discord. Let me just pull up that. Hey, Tobu. For this stream, I'm just going to be muting people. If you want to interact with the stream, if you can either use the chat feature here in Discord or join me on Twitch or on YouTube and use the chats there, that's going to be the preferred method. Maybe in the future, I'll let people have be able to join me with voice here on the streams. But for today, that's what I'm going to be doing. So I appreciate your patience and your understanding. Again, if you want to interact with me, just use chat. So, all right, void monster.java. That's where we're at. So just to kind of jump back to what we were doing, void monster.java. We're building out our main class. We're looking at what ChatGPT pops out to us, pasting it into our file, and then just double checking that we like everything that's going on. Now, here's a really great example of what these files are going to look like. They're all .java files, and so there's some kind of key terminology that we need to understand. We're going to have stuff like package, import, public final class, private static, public void. I mean, so many different things. So I'm going to try to take it step by step here. Our void monster plugin main. This is just a header. These double slashes let it know that this is just comments and not actually part of the code. Then we have our package. What this is saying is what is the file path for this file. So we're in the folder dev, which has a subfolder of ArZor, which has a subfolder of void monster, which holds our void monster.java file. Then we have what's called imports, and imports are interesting. Imports are essentially a way for us to pull in code from those operating systems that I mentioned earlier. Bucket, Spigot, Paper, so on and so forth. We can even pull in stuff from other plugins that people have made. So when we go to add mini message, like I mentioned before, we can pull in those imports and utilize those features without literally having to bundle the entire code base into our code just so that we can use some of those features. So these developers have built out APIs, as they call them, which allow us to just utilize bits of their code and take and pick what we want to add into our plugin. So for any single plugin you ever make, almost without exception, as far as I'm aware, you're always going to import this org.bucket.plugin.java.java plugin. We're making a Java plugin, so we need to pull in the import for Java plugin. And then our final class, which is this void monster.java, basically is adding on to java.plugin. So we're taking this as kind of like our foundation, and then we're adding stuff onto it. So void monsters.java, the file we're in right now, is basically just adding on to that Java plugin that we're importing. Okay. Oh, need to take a little bit of a breather. Talking a little fast here. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna just take another drink. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. So then we have our single instances. And to be honest, I need to read up a little bit more on what singleton instances means. So uh, I will write that down as a note for next time to get a little bit more clarity on what singleton instances means. Uh, and then I will be able to share that with you guys next time. Okay. Then we're going to move on to our plugin life cycle. These will pretty much always only ever be on enable and on disable. As far as I'm aware, there is no other thing that really belongs in plugin lifecycle. So public void is essentially our classes. Hi there, Vitalcraft. Welcome. I do not know who Vitalcraft is, so welcome. I'm happy to have you join me. Um, if you have any suggestions for future plugins, please submit them in our plugin submission form. Oh, friend of High Hopes. Well, welcome. Glad to have you. Happy to have you come and join us. We are working on plugins live. I'm basically walking people through exactly utilizing the tools that I use, how to take a plugin from concept to reality. So right now we're working on a submission actually from High Hopes, and the plugin is going to be called, this particular plugin is called Void Monster. And the very quick premise of it is essentially we're going to keep track of everything that gets thrown into the void, stored in like a virtual inventory, and then when we summon a boss, when you defeat that boss, you'll be able to get your items back. That's the quick and skinny of it. There's going to be lots of other features added onto this, um, and we're going to have a lot of fun with it. This might actually take us multiple streams, but with ChatGPT's help, we're going to be able to keep really, really organized. Yeah, exactly. Perfect for dungeons. Yeah, yeah. I loved the idea. I was laughing the whole time we were talking about it. He was in stream with me and just riffing off of each other, coming up with more and more ideas. So I am super stoked to be working on this. Um, another just little housekeeping item for you. I am streaming simultaneously to Twitch and YouTube and Discord, so whatever works for you, feel free to join me there. And if you have any plugin suggestions, please input them into the form. And when you do, if you'd like a shout out or you'd like credit, go ahead and include that. And that way I can also reach out to you to give you a free copy once we take that plugin and turn it into hosting it on a marketplace like Spigot, for example. So I am going to be making all of these premium plugins. They are going to be closed. Uh, so these are not going to be open source plugins. So as my way of showing appreciation for you sharing your ideas with me, I want to give you a free copy if we end up making your plugin. So there's no guarantee that your submission will get made. I'm probably going to end up with so many submissions. I hope that I will not be able to get to all of them. But as much as possible, I'm going to try to take every submission that seems like it'd be fun to make on stream. It's a well thought out idea. I'd love to make it for you guys, and I'd love to give you a free copy if you want one and if you want the credit. So one of the things I'm going to be doing is in the actual code and the source code of the plugin, your name will be mentioned and called out as a contributor because you gave the idea. So with that out of the way, let's come back to Void Monsters. Let's get this plugin rock solid for High Hopes. So we're working on our main class right now. That's where we're at. This is essentially whatever everything else is going to be built around, and this is going to handle some of the core features of our plugin that allow it to work. Right now, I was just explaining this plugin lifecycle section, and what I mentioned is I'm heavily utilizing ChatGPT. ChatGPT is an incredible tool to be able to keep yourself organized and kind of have a live person, for lack of a better word, person to collaborate with. Now, we are not going to take everything at face value. It's another key thing when you're utilizing a powerful tool like ChatGPT. Don't take it at face value. If you have questions about what it's doing, ask it. and use it as a tool to increase your intelligence, is how I like to say it. So when it spits out these big blots of code, I already have a little bit of knowledge, so I can understand what it's saying. But you can literally turn right back around and say, what does this mean? Public void on enable. I don't understand. What is that? And it will then give you an answer. So I have pre-trained ChatGPT to have this style of code, and you'll find what works for you. So I like to do it this way. It makes really, really clear comments. Um, and I'm so sorry, Vitalcraft. You did get timed out for 10 minutes. Um, I want this to be a family-friendly stream, and I am erring on the side of caution, and I've set all the auto moderation to pretty strict. Uh, I'm gonna try to fine tune that as the time goes on, but for this first stream, I figured it's better to have too much than too little. So again, I apologize. You did get muted for 10 minutes, but please slim down that message and try to send it again. So thank you, but yeah, just something to note there. All right, going back. Plugin lifecycle. Okay, so we kind of have two core pieces to the plugin lifecycle. What happens when the plugin starts up, when you start up your server, or when you restart the plugin, and then what happens when the plugin disables. So those are what's handling here. So what we're telling it is when we start up the server, start up the plugin, we're going to load the configs and then create it if it's not present. So if for some reason there wasn't a config file inside for the server administrator to use, it would just create it. We're also going to register some commands so that the commands are actually usable. And we're going to print out that message to your server console so you actually can understand what the plugin is doing and when it's working and when it's not. We're going to register the managers, register the commands, registers the listeners. So that's all on enable. And then if that all, and it's kind of going from top to bottom. So these things happen in order from top to bottom. Assuming that all those register correctly, we're going to get a printout into our console that says Void Monster was enabled successfully. And then whenever we shut down the plugin, we're also going to see that if it shuts down successfully, we'll get a message in our console that says Void Monster is shutting down. Now, next up, component registration. This is us handling those registers, registering the managers, basically loading them in to the plugin so the plugin can actually use them. So we have our register managers, register commands, register listeners, and then a reload command as well. Now, this is a lot of placeholders, but this kind of lays down our groundwork. So, all right, let's go ahead and save that. Now, ChatGPT is saying what's ready. We have our on enable, our on disable, we have our config loading, our singleton instances. And again, I mentioned I need to learn a little bit more what that is, so hopefully I'll be able to explain that better next time. And then stubs. And stubs is basically just another fancy term for placeholders. So, what would we like to now scaffold? Config manager, void item manager, or start registering actual commands and listeners. So let's continue just laying the groundwork. We're happy with stubs for now or placeholders. But as time goes on, we'll actually flush them out. So let's go to do we want to do config or managers first? Our config manager. So we're going to be in managers regardless. Let's start with, I think, config manager.java. Okay. Let's start with config manager.java. All right. So here's it scaffolded. And we're going to see a lot of repeating trends. Okay. Copy that and paste that in. So again, we have a kind of similar format. We have our header up at the top. We have our package, which is going to tell the plugin where this file lives. So we're now, if you notice, we're a step deeper. We're dev ArZor void manager, our void monsters managers, and that's where config manager.java lives. We're importing. Now it's interesting. Imports can also refer to stuff that's already in our code. So we are importing other pieces or other files within our code. And here we're importing that void monster main class file that we just worked on. We're also grabbing stuff from Bucket. We're also grabbing one from their API that lets us do file configs. So yeah, we also are pulling in lists. So anytime we have a list of items or a list of things, we're going to need that import as well. Um, so this is our public class. So this is us defining what this is, config manager. So they're going to match, the public class is going to match the name of your file. And then we're actually going to start building out all the functionality of this file. So we have our plugin and config access, then we have our general settings. So these are all functions that we wanted, and just kind of broken up into piece by piece. So we've got blacklist, we've got boss settings, we've got drop behavior, we've got void death tracking, we've got minion behavior, we've got leaderboards, and we've got the ability to reload. So I'm just going to look through this really quick. And okay, so here's a really good example. We told the plugin earlier that we already wanted everything to be configurable. We don't want to hard code anything. So values and stylistic choices should all be left up to the server owners. We still include in the files backups. So just in case a server owner didn't wiped out what's the right word, a value, we're always going to have a backup. So we will allow them to set a trigger delay seconds that they want, but if they don't specify something, then we're just going to default to 60. Same thing here with match tracked items. Same thing here with the boss type, the name of the boss, the health of the boss, these scatter radiuses. So we're going to try to call to the config, but if it fails, we're just going to use these defaults. So you're going to see that over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Everything is going to have trying to reach out to a config, but if not, here's the default value. So this looks pretty good. I'm happy to save it and move on. Okay, next, let's just be very methodical. We have in our managers, boss manager now. And I'm actually going to go ahead and minimize the in-game stuff since we're not ready to get to actually making our testing yet. So that's going to just allow us to have a little bit of quicker access to some of this stuff. I'm going to also cover up the suggestion here. There we go. Let's make this a little smaller, that a little bit bigger. And maybe adjust that a little bit more. There we go. That's a little bit nicer. Now we can actually see everything. Okay, we have our config manager. Let's move on to boss manager. I think that's, I'm going to try to work from the top down. We kind of jumped the gun a little bit with config manager, but that's okay. So I want to just so I can copy paste that name. I'm not actually going to rename it. Let's work on boss manager on Java next. Okay. Excellent. And again, these are just scaffolds. These are placeholders that as we continue to build out the plugin, we can come back to add-on functionality, add-on features, but at least everything's nicely documented and laid out in a really organized manner, so that makes it really easy for us moving forward. So this one's got a lot that it has to pull in, a lot of comments. It's doing a lot. So this will be another one that we can kind of walk you through exactly what's happening. So this boss manager is going to handle the spawning, naming, tracking, and scattering of the drops. So we're pulling in where, or we're telling it where does this file live? What other files do we need to pull in that we already have? And again, we haven't built out some of this stuff, but because we've been utilizing ChatGPT, it's keeping track of a lot of the stuff behind the scenes for us. So we don't even have the utilities, location utility and text utility built out yet, but it knows that we're going to need that for Boss Manager. So it's grabbing those and just making sure to include it. We're going to include the ability to track players' locations. We're going to include the ability to understand materials and worlds and attributes, entity types, living entity, mob types, item stats, so on and so on and so forth. We're going to be able to make lists and also randomize. So when we do the scatter and we want to randomize where those locations of those items are going to get to, that's why we need that random utility. So again, we're naming our class boss manager. It's going to match the file type. And then we're going to lay out all of our classes, our methods. The terminology here is methods. Public status void is a method. So is this one. That's a method. So on and so on and so forth. Okay. We're just going to read through, make sure it didn't screw up, make sure this actually made some logical sense here. It's not just hallucinating. Sometimes it can happen. We've done a good job of trying to make sure that we're keeping ChatGPT on its toes and not just letting it do whatever the heck it wants. But just double checking. It does a pretty good job, especially when we've been so clear with our communication. But I always just like to read through it. Don't take it for granted. I know a lot of people can find it very easy to just take code that ChatGPT spits out to you and just accept that it's good to go. Sometimes it is. Sometimes you legitimately can get away with that. Uh, other times, not so much. And we'll probably run into an instance here where that exact thing happens, where all of a sudden it decides it just wants to start hallucinating, and uh, yeah, it can be a little bit of an issue. So we'll try to overcome them when we get to that, but for the most part, if we start organized with our thoughts and are methodical about how we work through the process, hopefully we can avoid some of those pitfalls. So here we go. We have our first method called spawn boss, and we're going to be looking at like a center location and the drops that it's going to be holding and the world that it's going to be in. And if the world doesn't exist, then this is going to kind of error out. So we're going to spawn the configured boss. So we're going to call back to um, a lot of kind of behind the scenes API calls. And then we're going to set the custom name and the health. We're going to change a lot of like attributes about the mob. Then we're going to have an announcement that's like, hey, a void monster has appeared. And that's again a default, but then we're going to allow people to customize those messages so that if they want to, they can totally just have a complete um, different wording or style to the choice. Now, it's making a little comment here that we might want to think about adding particles, lightning, boss bar, whatever. We didn't define that in our original idea, but hey, I kind of like it. So let's just have that as a placeholder for us to come back to. And if we want to add those features as stretch goals, we totally could. And we know exactly where to put them. Then we'll watch for the boss's death, and if it dies, then we'll drop the items. Then we're gonna handle all the scattering logic. We can avoid mutating the originals, so we make sure that we're not just all of a sudden randomly dropping random items that weren't ever dropped into the void. If we need to, we enforce the cap. We kind of define a scatter location. We rename with the player name, so that ArZor drops a sword into the void. It wasn't originally named that, but now when it gets thrown out by the boss monster when he gets killed, it now has my name attached to the front of it. Um, we might have to, in bug testing, or I should say quality control, because it might not even be a bug. We just have a slightly different idea than what originally was the concept. We might need to look into tagging on to the already existing name of the item. So if it was already a custom named item, we could just slap ArZor's, the name of the player, in front of it. I'm not going to worry about that now, but when we get to QA, we'll be able to kind of just say, oh, actually, I like it more like this, or I like it more like that. We're going to make notes for ourselves of all the different things that we liked or didn't like, and then that way, when we go to circle back to everything, we can have an easy time getting back to it. Okay, we're happy with this. It looks good. It looks like it's understood us, so we're going to move on. Oh, all right, sorry. Need to take a little bit of a breather there. Again, I'm just going to mute myself, take a little drink, and I'll be back in just a second. Okay, I'm back. All right, we did our boss manager, we did our config manager. Let's move on to menu manager. I know it's a stretch goal, but ChatGPT is going to make this really easy for us. So at least let's lay a foundation, and then we can expand it in the future. So, minion manager. Let's move on to minion manager.java. Okay, here we go. I'm going to wait for it to fully generate. If we hit copy too soon, we'll only get bits and pieces of it. Okay, we see that it's now finished and given us a little summary, so let's now paste that all in. Okay, again, a very, very similar format to what we've been seeing so far. We have our header, which kind of helps define that when we look at this folder in the future, we know what the heck this file is doing. It's going to spawn zombie clones, avoid dead players as minions. Optionally, we can use libdisguise to make the zombie look like the player, and we can make we can add the option to scale their difficulty with the history of that player. So once again, we're going to tell it exactly where this file is. We're going to pull in other files from our code already. We're going to pull in all these different things from the API. You can see that we have things like offline player, the world, the location, stuff like the attributes of an item or a mob, what type it is. We're going to pull in stuff like player and zombie and item stack and player inventory and the ability to call UIDs. So we're going to basically, these are all of our building blocks, and what are we going to do with them listed down below. So once again, we're naming this minion manager. It matches the name of our file. And then here are the things that we're basically going to be doing here. Here are our classes. Here's all the functions that we want to build in. So configurable behavior. We're talking of looks like here. Let me just try to read this. Spawn minion clone, UID player. Okay, so this handles a lot of the locations, player inventory, things like uh, playtime, what world. Okay, spawn a zombie to represent the player. Try to resolve a player name. If we don't know the player name, we'll just write unknown. Then we can set a name and optionally disguise. So the name of the minions that you'll see running around and trying to kill you will be so and so's minion, which I think is pretty funny. Stretch goal, disguise the play as a player using live disguise. Scale the health with playtime if enabled. Equip gear from the inventory. Um, and then let's see here. Oh, optional visual flare. Okay. Disguise support. Pseudocode needs live disguise, so we're gonna have to come back to some of this stuff. This isn't like completely ready to go right out of the blocks. Again, these are just laying the foundations so that when we can come back to them, we can have a really easy time coming back and modifying our code without being so confused because we did a terrible job organizing ourselves, and we're the types of people that they write horror stories about. So we're gonna try not to be that type of coder. Okay. Moving on from minions manager. This looks good. So I'm going to go ahead and hit save. Let's do that manager next. Okay, rename. We'll see just so I can grab the exact name. Let's move on to stats manager. All right, another scaffolded spat out file for us. Okay, copy this whole thing, paste it in, and once again, we have our header, where it lives, what we're importing, what the name of our class is going to be, and then our methods once more. Plug in reference and file cache, caching the values. So again, these are stats. So this is all under the umbrella of stats. Kill counts, loading and saving. And I'm going to scroll past this. We've seen a lot of these so far. And that way that we can kind of work through these a little bit quicker. Incremental stats, access, top leaderboards, and debugging. Okay, great. Last but not least, we have Void Items Manager. Let's move on to Void Items Manager. Okay. Here's your fully scaffolded and rich commented core that manages all throughout. So this is basically what's going to handle all those items falling into the void. Okay. Our header, where it lives, different things that we're pulling in to pull from the API, what the name of our class is, and then our methods. So we're going to store the item. We're going to track how many of the items have been stored so that we can do cap enforcement in the future. We're going to add the items to a storage. We're going to ignore blacklisted materials. We're going to enforce total caps and enforce per type cap. Tag with the player source. And be able to retrieve it and clear stored void items after the boss has been summoned so that when a new boss gets summoned, we're not creating duplicate items. And then we have a debug as well. So great. Nice. So that handles all of our managers. So if you are just tuning in, we're being really methodical with how we organize our code so that when we go to make changes, it is very easy for us to dial in exactly to the folder and the file that we need to modify. So I'm actually, since we started with manager, it was kind of in the middle, kind of goes against our philosophy of kind of starting from top down. Just to make this a little bit easier on myself, I'm actually going to go down to utilities and then jump back up to commands. So here we go. All right. Let's move on to entity utility. Okay. Great. All right. Utility for tracing void entities to their source. Player throwing TNT, arrows, mobs, etc. Track back to player possible. Directly thrown tracked projectiles. TNT. Mobs led or spawned by player, and then no player found, and debug. Great. Looks great. Okay. Moving on to location utility. Let's see what it's got for us. Okay. We have quite a bit here, but that's okay. The utilities are going to be a little bit smaller, but they are very useful and pretty fundamental to the plugin working. So I just want to make sure that we're doing what we need to here. We're pulling a vector. A vector is just an invisible like line, like drawing a line from point A to point B. Just terminology clarification there. Random nearby locations returns a location outside by the origin. Random angle and distance. Adjust Y downward if needed. Find safe ground value for drop placement. Find the highest solid Y value. Cool. Find surface position from underground. Useful for telling players' meanings to the surface. Okay. Sounds good. Rename. Let's move on to text utility. Now, every single time we're working on one of these files, ChatGPT loves to make suggestions about what about this, and what about this, and what if we did this, and what if we did that. You can go down a rabbit hole really fast and get yourself lost. So I'm kind of intentionally telling it to stop what you think you want to do and just follow my method. I'm going to take as one by one by one by one, and then we can come back and look at your suggestions, Chat GPT. I appreciate them, but I'm going to get confused. I'm not going to stay on task, and I'm going to end up with a mess of code because I kept thinking of ideas and then not doing it in the right order. And yeah, it would be chaotic. So let's not do that. Text utilities. Okay. And this one is basically our ability to have mini message support. That's where all the wording and all the boss bars and action bars or whatever we want to do, we can change the exact color and the style, bold, italic, whatever, um, for each of those. So mini message is just this really cool API that someone has already built out that we're going to tap into and utilize so that we don't have to think about all that stuff ourselves. Make our lives a little bit easier. So, okay. We've got our text utilities. All right. So now that we've kind of gone down, let's start back up at the top. Commands. Let's build out the functionality of the commands. So, is it possible to train it to do just what you want without it making suggestions? I'm sure it's possible. It is very capable of learning your style. I don't mind it making suggestions. In fact, I kind of like that it made suggestions because then what I can do is once we build out all the core functionality, I can kind of say, all right, I'm ready to think about this file again. Tell me what those suggestions were, and it can retrieve those suggestions that it made earlier, um, and even expand upon them and give you new suggestions. So I kind of don't want to train out it telling me suggestions because they're really nice for being able to recall in the future. So, but up to you. I'm sure it's totally possible. Uh, Again, ChatGPT is a tool, and you can really customize it to what works best for you. So there, I don't really think there's a wrong way of doing that. Yeah, just kind of keep that in mind. It could really go either way. I personally choose to let it keep the suggestions, but just I don't let it derail me. Okay. Rename. All right. Let's move on to command reload. Okay. Now, once I get all these files built out with their kind of scaffolding, I am going to take a little bit of an intermission, go get some food. I encourage you all to do the same because we've been going for almost 2 hours now. I mean, we're making a ton of progress. And this is the part that really just is so cool to me about ChatGPT. You are utilizing it for what it's really good at, the menial task, and then it's up to you to kind of keep it in check, but have this kind of back and forth uh, dialogue with it, and you can move really fast. We are building out a pretty complicated and extensively configurable and customizable plugin in record time. The fact that we've only been going for 2 hours and we have this much functionality already built in is kind of insane. You can really move at your own pace utilizing a tool like ChatGPT. Uh, and again, I will just reiterate that it is a tool. It is something that you can use to increase your intelligence and to help do those menial tasks for you, but be very mindful of its limitations so that you can work around those limitations. Anyway, with that out of the way, let's move on to command reload.java. Here we go. They're kind of small, again, because we're not having one massive master file that we shove everything into, and we're doing a really good job of kind of compartmentalizing our different functionalities. Each of our individual files don't have to be these massive things, and they are way more readable. So simply just instead of doing a commands .java, which we totally could, us breaking it out into command reload, command stats, command summon, so on and so forth. Again, just kind of keeps better clarity so that when we want to add more commands, it's really easy to do so. We just make a new file, dump in the code relevant to that exact command, and then we're good. So, boom. Command reload, done. Command stats. Let's move on to command stats. Alrighty, looks good. Pop that in. Just looking at it, doing a quick once over. Okay. And again, I am not being too nitpicky with it at the beginning, letting it kind of just build out these scaffoldings, and we will go back and update and tweak as we see fit. So we basically want to get to a plugin that we can test as fast as possible here, and then be able to expand upon it, add additional features, tweak little things when we're not quite happy with exactly what got spat out. So, but it does a pretty good job. So we at least get a lot of the core functionality built for us right away. Let's move on to command void monster. And copy and paste. And that looks just fine. All right. Moving on to data. Okay. Let's move on to leader work storage. Now we said these were stretch goals, but to some degree, we can kind of just handle them right now. I mean, we're not going to pay a ton of attention to them, but why not at least put a scaffolding in? Sure, when it's this easy to do, why not? Okay. Paste. Again, just looking that it kept our style that we like. Looks good. Okay. Let's move on to void death storage. And this one's a little bit longer, to just a second more, but not too bad. Let's review it. Just a quick little glance over, made sure nothing strikes us as like, oh, that's way off. But no, it does not seem to be. Let's move on to the final data file, void iron storage. And we could honestly go much slower. We could be reading each of these little things that ChatGPT tells us about. Here it is and what it does, and it works alongside this other file, and that file does this, and we're going to focus on this. Like, it gives us a lot of information, but for the sake of the stream, I'm not going to read out all of that. But if you were to follow along and do something similar for yourself, it is a good idea. I would recommend reading those so that you can understand what ChatGPT is doing, and again, utilize it as a tool to increase your knowledge so that when you go to just plug in this code, you're not just mindlessly just following along. You are kind of understanding what it is that we're doing. Um, so once more, I'm just going to do a quick little scan here. And it looks decent enough. I'm not going to take too much time reading through it, but seems okay. And then last but not least, our listeners. Okay. So let's move on to listener. Okay. Copy and paste. Do a quick little scan. Nothing too complicated happening here, so we'll move on. Let's move on to item void listener. Okay. We have our scaffolded and commented little sample. Well, I shouldn't even say sample. It's usable code, potentially, but it's just not fully feature rich yet. It's going to have a lot of what we want, but again, these are kind of just placeholders. So, and in fact, we can kind of see a good example of this where it says optionally fall back to store even without a player. On comment below if you want non-player items to still be tracked, something like that. So save that and then rename just so we can grab the exact wording. Let's move on to void death listener. Okay. And copy and paste. And this is an interesting little note to point out is we can be really clever in utilizing our Minecraft knowledge, all the little like details about Minecraft to really build out these plugins. Having a rich knowledge of Minecraft will help you in being able to make plugins and get creative with your ideas because you already kind of know what is and isn't possible. So, for example, in this void death listener, if you know that like y0 is what the bottom of the world is for the end dimensions, our void world, we can kind of assume that, because in the standard world you go down to -64. So we wouldn't count void death until -65, but in the end dimensions, that's not the case. It's 0. There is no -64. So we can be a little bit smart, understand that that's how Minecraft works, and build that into our code and only check or I should say, if we waited to check until -65, it would be too late, because they're already long dead. So if we can utilize our knowledge, then we can make better code and better functions. So here we go. Void death listener stores inventory and playtimes for new monster, not in a tracked world, not actually. So we're building in some little debugging and checks, and that is looking pretty good. Okay, I think we have everything. I'm gonna do a quick run through, make sure that none of our files are empty files so they don't say 0 kilobytes. Okay, so source, main. Actually, let's go all the way back to the root folder. Source. Okay. Actually, we need a couple more. Yeah, we need a couple more files. We need next. We need the files that belong with the folder src. Files like pom.xml. Okay. Okay. Yes. All right. This is what we were looking for. So we're going to make a new file. Right now, I'm just going to leave it as blank so I can come over here and grab pom.xml. And what this file does is allow us to utilize a, what's the right word? Another tool called Maven, which is what we're going to use to compile our plugin. So to turn it from a bunch of random folders and files into an actually usable .jar that you can load onto a server, we're going to use Maven to do that. And in order to use Maven, we need to have a pom.xml. That's what Maven utilizes to know how to compile your plugin. Okay. So, and again, you have to just be very mindful that it wants things a certain way, but we're utilizing ChatGPT to basically be able to do this. And another note here, just for the sake of additional education, there is more than one way to do this. I am choosing not to use a Java development kit, or what's commonly referred to as a JDK. You might have heard things like Eclipse or NetBeans, and there's a couple others out there. If people want to use those, totally fine. You can, and they're great. It's really just your style. I have found a way that I like that does not use those tools, and sometimes those tools are great. One of the things I don't like about them is that they are always trying to suggest things to you, thinking they're super smart. They're like, "Ooh, what if you said this next? And what if your code was like this?" And it's just like it's like a little hyper child that's constantly trying to correct you, and you're like, "No, no, I know what I'm doing. Leave me alone." So uh, I don't know. I'm sure there's a better way for me to get better at the tool and utilizing it. But since we're already using ChatGPT, and I like that style and I'm comfortable with it, that's why I'm not using one. So if anyone was wondering why I'm not using something like Eclipse or JetBeans or something like that, that's why. Okay, moving on. I'm just going to do a once over here. This is us calling out to Maven. What version of Maven? We need all this kind of stuff. The packaging is a .jar. Here's our version number. Here's the name. So basically, when the file gets spat out, it's going to be void monster 1.0.0. Or sorry, 1.0.0 .jar. So we're kind of compiling what that name of that file is going to be. Descriptions. Okay, this is where we want to credit in our pom.xml, we want to add high_hopes 5 as a contributor. So under the developer section, it should go near the bottom of your pom.xml build. Okay, and then we're going to grab this. Developers. Here we go. I'm just going to, I know where to insert this, but basically it gave us a little bit of an example of a build. You don't want to put it after project because this last line is literally always needs to be the last line. So just a little note there. And I think I actually did this slightly wrong. We want to indent this in by, looks like 4 spaces. Please indent this by 4 spaces. Okay, and that's just going to give us a copy pastable, usable. We don't need project. If we repeat that, we're going to have some issues. And that is looking pretty good. I think I spelled High Hopes' name right. Pretty positive. Okay, great. Nope, we are done with our pom.xml. Let's add a README. Let's add a README. New text document. Yes, we are aware. Okay. This is kind of giving you a breakdown of exactly everything that the plugin has to offer. Okay. We're even telling people how to compile it. Yeah. Now this could be to our detriment because this is not going to be a public source plugin. We are kind of giving people the keys to the kingdom and telling them exactly how to make our plugin and compile it. So be it. There's only so much I can do. People will what's the word? Pirate software. There's really no way around that. But I would hope that there is an appeal to supporting a developer and being able to get support from that developer, suggest additional features, or kind of have that relationship. So double-edged sword there. All right. Let's add a license file now. I think it should be its own file, should it not? Okay. New text document. License.text is fine because it is a text document. And copy. Okay. We do need to change the license. That license isn't quite right. This is not going to be an open source plugin. people cannot redistribute redistribute the original plugin or any of their own modifications. They can modify it for their own personal use. Support will only be given to people that have legitimately purchased the plugin. Only myself and the contributor may. Actually, no, I don't want to quite say that. The contributor is allowed a free copy. Allow personal use will retain full rights, only support limited grant free copy to contributor. Then the MIT license is appropriate. Here's a custom license tailored to your needs. Okay. I think I'm happy with that. Let's take a look. Toy Monster plugin license. Copyright 2025. All rights for downloading, installing, or using this software. You agree to the following terms. Permanent use. You're granted a non-exclusive, non-transferable license to use, install, and run the software on your own Minecraft servers. You may modify the software for personal use only. You may not share, distribute, or make public any modifications or distributed works. Restrictions. You may not distribute the software in whole or in part, sell or sublicense the software, share the software with others who have not purchased or been granted access directly by the author, claim authorship or ownership of the software or components. Support is provided only to users who have legitimately purchased the software through approved channels. Contributor license. The contributor High Hopes 5 is granted a personal perpetual royalty for a license to use the software without purchase, including all future updates, copyrights, and ownerships. The software remains the intellectual property of the author. All rights not explicitly granted in this license are reserved. The software is provided as is without warranty of any kind. Use at your own risk. Unauthorized distribution, reverse engineering, commercial use without permission may result in bans from supported communities and revoking of your license. Of course, see, I wouldn't have known to say all this fancy stuff, but this is exactly what I wanted. This perfectly describes how I want my plugin to be used. And so we're going to go ahead and save that. Okay. I have all the files. Is there any other file I need to make before compiling for first test? So we're going to do a little checklist. So again, we're going to utilize ChatGPT to help us kind of keep organized. We do have, indeed, in our resources, a plugin and a config. So we're good there. We do indeed have a pom.xml, a license.txt, a readme. I don't think, well, we could do a get ignore. Let's do this. We still need that. In our plugin.yml, we have all of that. We have our directory structure, source main Java, and source main Java and resources. That's where stuff splits off from. Optional but useful, and stats will be automated at runtime. Okay, once compiled. Okay, we could use but I'm not using GitHub just yet. Okay, that's a great idea. Having a Git ignored now saves you time later, even if you're not using GitHub reference cluster. Accidental comments of target, ID junk, and future secret files. For Minecraft plugin. Okay, place it at. Okay, so new text document. I could ignore. I think I can do it like this. And open that up as another notepad and save. Okay, now what we're gonna do, let me know if you also want to get attribute or change log and do when you prepare for release. Oh, so I don't actually know what this means. So I'm gonna ask it some questions. What does A do? And what is A? MD. Let's find out. You know, a hidden file that tells you how to treat specific files and projects is useful for. Okay. Okay. There's a simple starter. Okay. Sure. It doesn't sound like it causes any harm. Helps make stuff better for the future. I'm all for that. Okay, and then a changelog.md is a markdown file where you document what's changed in each version of plugin. It's for users to know what's new, you to track your dev progress, hosting platforms. Okay, it sounds like this is a good idea, so we might as well add it. New text document. Let's copy this, paste that in, and we're good to go. I've got it. Anything else before we run our first compile test? We have our pre-flight checklist. We've got our project. We've got our core, no loose ends, ready to compile. We are ready to compile, folks. 2.5 hours in, we took an idea from complete just thoughts on paper to a ready to compile plugin. So, with that said, 2.5 hours in, we've been streaming for quite a bit of time now. I'm going to take a little bit of a break, get some food, get a little bit of snack, drink, whatever. I encourage you to do the same, and we will resume, let's say, 32 minutes from now. Make it nice and easy. So wherever you are in the world, it should be hour and then 18 minutes. So we resume at whatever hour you are at and pick back up in 32 minutes. So that would be hour and 50. So I will see you all in about a half hour. We are back. I hope everyone had a chance to get up, stretch their legs, a little drink, snack, whatever you needed. I know I got a nice little break there. So, just a little note. I saw that when we were starting, you guys were getting blocked for sending too long of messages. I have since fixed that. So, um, yeah, should not be an issue moving forward. So I appreciate you bearing with me as we kind of learn how to, or I should say, I learn how to kind of get this even more polished. So, all right, where do we leave off? Let's try to figure this out. Get back in gear. Okay. So we have finished completely our file structure, all of our files, at least their scaffolding. So we have a lot of files here. And I think at this point, we are fully ready to do our first compile. So how do we do that? We're gonna, there are multiple options. I'm gonna utilize command prompt. I'm gonna run it as an administrator, and that's gonna open up this, okay? Now, I know that I put void monster, and we can see it here, right in the root of C. Going good. Yeah, it's going great. High hopes. You actually just missed it. You want to see something kind of cool? Check this out, buddy. I'm going to read you out this license. Okay. Here's what I decided to do. All right. The license says, by downloading, installing, or using the Void Monster plugin, the software, you agree to the following terms. Permitted use. You are granted a non-exclusive, non-transferable license to use, install, and run the software on your own Minecraft servers. Modification. You may modify the software for personal use only. You may not share, distribute, or make public any modifications or derivative works. Restrictions. You may not redistribute the software in whole or in part, sell or sublicense the software, share the software with others who have not purchased or been granted access directly by the author, or claim ownership or authorship of the software or its components. Support is only provided to users who have legitimately purchased the software through approved channels. And then this is for you, contributor license. The contributor High Hopes 5 is granted a personal perpetual royal-free license to use the software without purchase, including all future updates. So, just a little kickback for you there. The software remains the intellectual property of the author, ArZor. All rights not explicitly granted in this license are reserved. The software is provided as is without warranty of any kind. Use your own risk. So, oh no. Oh no. Hold on. I need to fix something, don't I? I'm getting this inconsistent asset. Please restrain from too long messages. Someone tried to say something, and I just deleted a whole bunch of stuff. Oh no. And you got emotes. I am so sorry. I'm still learning how to fix this. So sorry. All right, let's address that first so you guys can actually interact here. Let's fix next. Okay. 1 sec. Bear with me until look for warning message or time. Okay, so we have under paragraph protection, look for custom warning message or timeout message. Someone's saying something and I'm getting the notifications, but I'm so sorry. I can't see it. Plugin submissions. Okay, that's what that was. Fixed grammar, please avoid sending over. Try splitting knowledge. Editable or make playback. Oh, uh, let's see. I saved these settings. Punishment. That's fine. I saved these. I know I did. Let's go back. Symbol preferences. Okay. Hold on. 30. Timeout. Max amount of symbol. Minimum amount of symbols. Set. Maximum of symbols. 20. That's percentage. What is this? We'll allow up to 100%. Okay. That should fix you from being able to actually send emojis. I'm so sorry. All right. Let's move on here. All righty. We are now at the point where we have taken High Hope's idea from conception to reality. We're ready to actually build it and see if it actually compiles. And then we're going to go through any errors that we get during compile. And hopefully we get a ready to go plugin that we can then pop on a test server and actually try it out. So here we go. We're going to go CD, go back all the way. So this is just a command that's going to take us back to the root of C, which is where we have our void monster plugin. So we're going to do CD void monster. And I started typing VO, hit tab, and it understood. Now that we're in the right folder, we're going to issue the command. So here we go. I believe this is where we need to be. Let's just double check. Yeah, because we're going to get a new folder that shows up called target right under source. So I'm copying this command. I'm going to paste it in command prompt and then hit enter. All right, let's see what happens. Unfortunately, we got a compile error, and that just is how it goes sometimes. So let's take this error, we'll slap it back into ChatGPT, and then see if we can figure out why it's not compiling. I think it's because we called API 1.20, but I don't think we had the dependencies. So here we go. Okay, this error means that Maven could not find the Paper API dependency because Paper does not publish its API snapshots to Maven Central. Instead, you have two good options. Option one, use Paper's public Maven repo, recommended. Modify your pom.xml to include the official Paper MC repository so Maven knows where to find Paper, or use Spigot API instead. So I want to use Paper. Like I said, it's a more like modern operating system. So let's try to do that. Okay, I'm just going to pull this guy over onto my other screen so we can pull it back when we need it. Okay, we are going to come into our pom.xml and we are going to update in the repository block. So we have our developer block here. We've got our plugin block here. And then here is our dependencies. So right now we're only calling out to the way we did it wasn't technically wrong. But it just isn't quite being recognized by it. So I'm just going to clarify. So to clarify, we want to replace this with this question mark. We do not replace the dependency. Oh, look at that. Instead, you need both. Keep your Paper API and add this repository. Oh. The repositories tell. Okay, I understand what's going on here. Okay, so we have all of our dependencies. We don't want to slap inside dependencies. We want to make a new category. Instead of build, instead of developers, instead of dependencies, we're making a new category called repositories. Okay. Now our indentations are quite a bit off, so I just need to make sure we fix that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, we can have ChatGPT fix it for us. We need to start this. So please indent this by 4 spaces. Okay, grab that. And that looks pretty good. We're going to save it. Control A, Control C. Is this correct? We can have it double check our work. Yes. And well, there we go. Okay. Use as is. Let's try another clean compile. So the reason why we're using this command is essentially we're not relying on any old files that might be lingering that could be messing stuff up. So if we always do a clean compile, we're not going to get like false positives because we're relying on old stuff that like somehow lingered and then caused issues for us. So oh, we were so close. I thought it was going to work there. All right, hold on. We have a little bit of a syntax error, and it's telling us exactly where to go. So, the way we can kind of read this error message is it's saying in the void monster folder inside your root of C, in the source folder inside the main folder, then Java, then dev.rs, then void monster, then commands that. Finally, command void monster.jar, line 61, character 55. There's an issue. Okay. So let's dial in on that exact file. Pull this over to the side. Source, main, Java, then dev, then ArZor, then void monster, then commands. And we apparently have an issue with our command void monster.java. So here we go. Plug this back into ChatGPT. It ends prematurely, likely due to a syntax error. Yep. Closing brackets. Error details reached in the file. Line 61, column 55, where the parser got confused, likely inside an unfinished method or class. How to fix. And we are on line 55. So this is our little issue right here. This guy is just causing us problems. So let's take our whole chat, our whole thing, and say, please fix this. Or please update this to the full correct file. All right, and then it'll be interesting to see where exactly it went wrong. Aha, okay. So it's not actually that this line is the issue. What happened is we didn't properly end the file. These two little lines are all that made the difference. I think. Hold on. What else did it do here with the slice arguments? If arguing this string sliced. Ah, interesting. It added on some additional stuff. Okay. I don't see any issues with that. So let's just copy all of that. Okay. And now, if we try to compile again, we'll see if there's any other remaining issues. Here we go. Can we get a clean compile? No, we cannot. Okay. So we got a couple more little issues here. Our command stats, our boss manager, and our minion manager all have different issues. So let's take them one at a time. Boss bar viewer is not found. Okay. Means your code is imported or reference a class is not presented in the current API version you declared in your POM. That's the class must not included in the core is part of a separate module requires a higher adventure platform binding. Remove the boss bar reference. Okay. In that case, if you're not using it explicitly, search in commands and remove or replace the reference to boss bar manager. You likely only need this kind of usage. Uh, Technically, you could add adventure file, which includes higher bindings, but this is usually not needed unless you're doing complex adventure stuff. Recommended fits, open it up, remove any lines that say import. Okay. Let's see here. This is my current command stats.java. Let's see if we can figure this out. So that's great news. It's already clean, does not reference boss bar view at all, but likely an old import statement, which we never did. So can we make sure just using adventure for boss bar, not boss bar viewer? Um, okay. So if we're not using it, then why are we coming into an issue? We're using adventure, not using boss bar viewer. You only need the current set is correct, using a gesture just for basic components. So why are we getting that compile error? So if this is true, why are we getting this? If that's true, why are we getting this error? Here's exactly, we don't explicitly use it in our code, however, this error means that something in your build environment is trying to access that class, even if you never reference it. It's usually happens because you're using bossbar from adventure. You're likely doing something like bossbar bar, bossbar dot bossbar. Internally references, even if you don't. A bossbar is only available not in the adventure API. If it's one, use bossbar API instead. Paper already uses adventure-based bossbar for support. Instead of this, use Paper's version. Up to your code to use. No extra dependencies and avoids the error. Okay, but like, where in the world are we actually getting any sort of reference to a boss bar in this file, which is truly fascinating? Okay, um, I'm fine using Paper's boss bar API, but I can't find what to fix in this code. Please help me. Ouch. Okay. Then access means somewhere else in your plugin, but I'm not. So why? This is truly puzzling. Let's move on to the other one, which was Boss Manager and Minion Manager. That might be actually the real issue. Okay. So we're going to go into Managers, Boss Manager. This is my boss manager.java. I also get this error, which was this guy Oopsie. Go on. That's not what I wanted. Here. Oh, okay. Perfect. Thank you for sharing. Boss for manager. Let's fix both issues clearly. Problem one component cannot be used in boss dot set custom name. You're using this is an adventure component, but living string expects a string. If your config manager to get boss the name is already mentioned string like this, and you're using paper spaghetti, you need to strip out many methods for the specific call. So replace boss with or directly if no color. So we're probably going to want to add colors. So let's copy this. I'm using Control F to bring up this find window. I'm going to find next and see exactly, dial in to where that issue is. And it's saying I just need to change it. So instead of using textutil.minimessage, we just use text.util.legacycolors. So highlight that, paste that in, and now we're using the legacy colors. Problem 2, you're not using a boss bar yet. It's safe. You're not using boss bar viewer yet anywhere in this file. So the error must have come from a past and import still lingering text utils or other files you've not rebuilt yet. So just clean up. Let's move on. Let's fix that. And let's go back to the compiler. Okay, we're also getting this issue. And then we'll remember to come back to potentially text util. Okay. I am also getting this error. Here is my minion manager dot Java. Okay. Try this. You're hitting the same root error. You're passing component from mini message into a method that expects a string. Yep, I kind of figured as much. So corrected in this line, text utils mini message. We just want to change it to text utils legacy color. Okay, so F B find next. Oh, hold on. That's not quite right because we don't actually have that at the end. Okay, yep, there we go. So instead of mini message, we want to use legacy color, which is fine. Okay. And so this string message should become that. Okay. Copy. Find. This just needs to become and C. Okay. So with that, let's try another compile. I know we're going to run into this stupid boss bar viewer. Oh, no. We wanted to try one more thing. We want to go to utils. We want to go to text utils. And Control A, Control C. Here is our text utils.java. What to do? Confirms. Replace this line with this line in minion manager. Minion manager. We already did that. Okay, let's try another compile and see what happens. Oh man, we are still hitting this. There's a brick wall. Still getting this error after each of those fixes. Oops. Let's see if we can't figure this out. I really don't know why it's doing this. But your paper like adventures, trailer references, tab items on your past tool are compatible with such writing. Probably haven't added it. Solutions recommended. Add the adventure bomb and boss bar modules to your palm.xml. Okay, let's try it. I'm not entirely sure why this is being so silly, but let's just do it. Add the adventure repository if not already present. It is not. Add adventure dependencies. Make sure. Okay, please send 1 and 2. Please send 1 and 2 indented 4 spaces. Oops, still didn't quite get that right. Okay, let's try this. It didn't really listen to what I was saying, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. Back this up. Put this in 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Add adventure dependencies. So we already have this one. 4.14.0. And it looks like we're already using adventure text mini message. I'll say this is what I have right now. This is what I have right now. Please update. Okay. Yeah, okay. So it looks like we also wanted this one to 4.14.0. And then last but not least, we got to add this dependency in. Oh, oops. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And oops. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Let's try and see if this will work. Control A, Control C. Is this correct? Let's just take that whole piece of code and drop it in there. Yes, and almost fully correct. Okay, so what is it saying? What did you change? Changed Spigot API version to paper API for clarity. Modern API instead. Latest as you removed unnecessary scope from only paper I needs to provided. Commented we're shading configure in the future. Let me know if you might enable factory. A license file. That's okay. I think we will go ahead and copy and paste so that we don't get anything messed up. Okay. Java. 1.20.4. This seems outdated. This seems outdated. Minecraft is on 1.21.5, but I want to compile against 1.21.4 since 1.21.5 paper is not in is still experimental. So I'm just using some supplementary knowledge here. I probably could get ChatGPT to like understand that. Okay. One dot 21.4. Okay, so I was 1.21.4. Okay. Enable automatic paper version updates. The paperweight tool. Set Java to 21. Okay, so let's ask a couple of good questions. If I set Java to 21, won't that make it harder for servers to use? How many servers are on Java 21? What are the benefits of automatic paper version updates? Let's find out. We're currently trying to compile this plugin and we're running into a couple of issues. So we're kind of working through them. As we're working through them, we're also trying to just clean things up a little bit. So right now, we are compiling against Java version 17. We just told it to update it so that we're compiling against paper 1.21 instead of 1.20. So I'm asking it a couple of questions, which is, it's saying, hey, you might want to recommend, or it recommended that we might want to move to Java 21 versus Java 17. So here's what it's saying. Java 17 is still the safe default for now. Broad support, most production servers still default to Java 17. Maximum compatibility, Java 17 is the minimum requirement for most Minecraft versions like 1.20.121. Fewer surprises, hosts and shared servers may not yet support Java 21 by default. So yeah, we're going to stick to Java 17. So happy to do so. Auto update to latest paper API. Paper provides paperweight user dev Gradle based system that keeps your plugins up to date with new paper snapshots, automatically downloads deobfuscated mappings, simplifies plugin remapping and shadings, benefits, zero manual updates of API versions in your BOM, faster response to new paper changes, easily remapping of paper specific classes, only works with Gradle, not Maven. Not needing for plugin stays API stable, so you can manually bump. Okay, so we're gonna do neither of those suggestions. Let's do this. Okay, let's save and see if. Just gonna read this through. Okay. Now you're okay. So let's try another compile. See what happens. Fingers crossed. Come on, and no, we're not quite there. Unfortunate. Sometimes it takes a while to work through these compile issues, so bear with me, folks. We will get there. This part is always a lengthy process, so it just is what it is. Oops. So we are now getting some new errors. There means you're compiling servers in a paper API that does not define attribute generic max health. It was moved or renamed in newer versions. So yeah, it's pointing out that like we tried to use an old terminology, but in modern versions or more recent versions, those like calls have just been changed or renamed or whatnot. Um, so we need to make a couple of changes. Option 1, use attribute generic max health safely. Update your imports, make sure you're using the correct enums. Is not found at license, that means you're compiling against a newer, or you move to an older version. Option 2, use or bucket attributes max health. As of Minecraft 1, paper has begun mapping to a new attribute system. Replace this with this and import this. Recommended fits. Since you're compiling against, you should use the new enum system. Yes, I should. Update this in both Boss Manager and Minion Manager, replacing all instances of generic max health. You're absolutely correct. Okay. Source, main, Java, dev, ArZor, void monster, manager. So we've got our boss manager and our minion manager, and we're going to make a couple of changes. So anytime we call out this, we just need to change it. And it's saying we need to change this to boss.get attribute dot max health, and not attribute generic. It literally, they are so close. That is crazy. One little word change, and that is it. Instead of generic max health, it's just max health. Set base value. Okay. And our minion manager. Oops, we want this. Search minion manager. Instead of generic max health, it is literally just attribute max health. Now we do need to make sure we import our fits our imports. So bucket dot attribute, and we already had attribute. So I already have attribute. So I already have. Am I adding both? To this? Attribute attributes and attributes and replace attribute generic with, okay, so we do want all of these. I had to wonder. Okay, that's our minion. And attribute dot attributes. Okay, let's see if that was enough to get it to compile. Fingers crossed. Still not quite right. Could not find class attributes. Interesting. I think that kind of is why I asked that question, but okay, so be it. That means your paper archives are too old to support attributes, which was added in. That is definitely not the case. This will enable, no, where is it? If you must stay on 1.20 for sure about it, use. Okay, so fascinating. I thought we already fixed this, but it's saying for some reason it thinks we haven't. So we already Java version. Do I have to use? Do I have to use? Hold on. Do I have to use Java 21 now? Then? Question mark. And then our repositories. This is what I have right now. Properties. And we'll also show it our repositories. Okay, great question. Do you have to use Java 21 with paper 1.21.4? Short answer, yes. Paper 1.21.4 requires Java 21. Starting with 1.20.5 and paper version officially requires 21 for both server runtime and compilation. Paper follows suit. What this means, with this line, you must also use Java 21. Aha. Okay, so be it. We're forced to do 21. You can still warn in your plugins, plugin.yml dots requires Java 21. And if you're talking about backporting, okay, so we're gonna have to. I mean, we're fine making this for a modern version of Minecraft. We're not looking to go backwards and support old versions. It is a brand new plugin after all, so let's just make this little warning. Let's just add the warning to plugin.yml. That's going to be in our source, and in our main, then in our resources, and then plugin.yml. Let's do this. API version is 1.21. That also is a little bit of an error. And let's do this as well. Okay. Now let's try another compile. Fingers crossed, folks. Ah, gosh, dang it. We are still getting something with our boss manager and our minion manager that it just is not liking this. Okay, so we did all that, but we're still getting these errors. Let's try to help us figure out why. You're right to flag this error you're seeing means you're trying to use attribute.attributes, which does not exist. In the proper way to access all addresses through attribute, you should not use this is API from Venture Motion, not met. Update these lines. Remove attributes. Doesn't exist, so we're not doing an import with attributes, as I guessed. Okay, so be it. That's fine. It's just a little silly that I even asked that specific question. So, all good. So we are going to remove plural attributes with, so we just have attribute and attribute instance. All right, and then minion manager, we're going to remove attributes as well. All right, let's see if now we get lucky. Let's see here. This is looking really promising. We're getting a lot further. Build success, guys. We did it. What? We took a half-hour break and we're at 3 hours and 40 minutes. In 3 hours, we got a plugin from concept to a fully built, usable jar. Fingers crossed. We're not 100% certain. We still got to put it on a test server, launch the test server, make sure there's no errors on startup, but this is really promising. Okay, so where are we going to find our file? We're going to come back to this location, the very, very root, and it's going to be inside target, and we've got our void monster right here. Okay, here we go. Okay, so now teach you a new tool. We're going to use a program called WinSCP. Now, I'm not going to put this on stream because there's a lot of sensitive information here, but basically you would open up your WinSCP, you'd navigate to your server, and you would add the file to your server. So I'm going to connect. I'm going to clean up some additional, because we want to have like a clean test environment, I'm only going to have the minimum amount of plugins on there. So I'm just going to comment out to disable a couple of some other ones that I was using for testing. So let me just do that real quick. Okay, let's add Void Monster. Alrighty. Now, one other thing I need to do is I have removed the end dimension. So I just need to go in and make sure that I add that back so we can actually see this thing in action. Allow the end. True. Oops. True. So we're just editing our bucket.yml on our server and just changing it to allow end to true. Okay. Let's actually start up the server. We're going to take our testing server and we are going to restart. And if we get any startup errors, I will let you guys know what that is. So here we go, restarting. So far, so good. We're loading in all our plugins now. And there we go. Okay, this is really good. Let me show you the lines of the console that tell us that we are in business. So, all right, let's just do it in a notepad here. These were the lines that I saw. We built this into the plugin earlier that it was going to enable. Then we see that it is currently enabling, and then it says enable success. Okay. So now that we know we've got a workable jar, we put it on the server, it starts up correctly, let's have ChatGPT help us build out a master QA testing. So, alrighty, we have the plugin compiled and fully initialized on the test server. With no startup issues. Yeah, this is a huge step. That's a massive milestone. Yeah, it is. Loaded and fully initialized with 0 startup issues on your test server. This is a massive milestone. Here's what I recommend next. Post initiation checklist to verify everything behaves as accepted. All right. Yes. Please help me make a comprehensive QA master checklist. Make it so I can report back section by section with emojis. 1 for pass, 1 for fail, 1 for needs attention. Go. Okay. Step 1. Load them. All right. So inside server, I'm going to go to plugins. I'm going to look to see that we have a void monster file, which we do. And right now we have a config.yml. Okay. So we're going to take all of this, copy, paste. I'm going to start telling it that we loaded without error. We tested that. The values are correct. We're going to just go ahead and check this off for now. We don't actually have a way of testing that. Config files load correctly. Let's take a look. Okay, so this is the config file on the server. Remember how I said if you look back to earlier when we were talking about the config and we built it out, I said this is what the server owners are going to see when they launch it on their server. And sure enough, this is what we're seeing. We're seeing worlds, we're seeing triggers, we're seeing blacklist, we're seeing the boss, the drops, deaths, minions. So exactly how we wrote it out, even down to our stylistic choices of spacing and whatnot. That is what the server owner will see. So world and world nether are tracked. That's not going to be very helpful to me because we don't want to use either of those worlds. The worlds that we actually want to use are going to be yeah, how do I want to do this? Okay, I actually want to make a new directory and call it world underscore the, oops, the underscore end. Okay, I am going to have to restart the server in order to get that loaded in. So, not this, world underscore the underscore end. Okay. Config loads correctly. Yes, it does. Default config values populate as expected. They did. And then we won't be able to see if the command's registered until we actually get in game. So I'm just restarting the server now and making sure that that world actually shows up. It does. Okay, let's do this. Let's get in game here. Slash server testing slash mvtp world underscore the underscore end slash mv import world underscore the underscore end because it does exist. The end. No, it just spawned. Okay, I think we just leave it just like this. Does not seem to be a valid world. Okay. Oh, let's do game mode creative here so I don't accidentally die to looks like a pillager. Okay. Why not? I think I need to duplicate these to world underscore the end. I did just make the folder and I didn't do anything with it, so fair enough. Okay, let me go back into my file structure. Go back to world is end. And I'm just going to clear out this. Okay. Let's see if we can actually import it now. What did I do? I made a mistake somehow. I think I'm going to restart the server just to see if it can load this world properly. So hold on here. Bear with me. And looks like we're good to go. Slash game mode creative, and then MVTP. Let's see if it can do it this time. World. It doesn't know it yet. So MV import world the end. The end. Okay, what did I screw up? Something is not working as I would expect. Why? Uh, let's instead have it create a world instead of us trying to do it. We were trying to use the files and it just didn't work. So MV create world underscore the underscore end the end. There we go. Okay, we were trying to do it in our own way and it just wanted to do it its way. So be it. MV TP world underscore the end. All right, we are in a void world. MV, or sorry, game mode, creative. Okay, commands register without conflict. So let's actually test that. Slash void void monster, or VM, all are valid, which is great. So let's do VM. Actually, let's do voidmon ArZor. So that's not going to work. So we're going to say they register actually needs attention. Sub arguments. Oops. Sub arguments do not tab complete. Okay. Let's try a summons. Actually, hold on. I think we set our boss to an Ender Dragon, so let's actually get rid of the current one in the world. Or maybe it was a Wither. I can't remember, but better safe than sorry, so we don't get confused. One sec here, just getting rid of the old Ender Dragon here. Enchant. ArZor sharpness 500. Oh, fine. Whatever. 5 then. Come here, dragon. We'll get you eventually. Didn't think this would be part of the QA testing, did you? Kill him and enter dragon in creative mode, just smacking him with a creative sword. Come on. Geez, you kind of forget how much health these suckers have. With a sharp 5 netherite sword. There we go. All right, goodbye. I need you out of the way so that we can test. All right. All righty. Let's move on. Move on. Okay, so let's copy you, paste you in items that are detected within valid worlds. So let's pull up our config again, and we are going to want to test whether or not if we throw dirt, cobblestone, or a stick, that it actually gets tracked. And we also want to see if we actually summon a wither at some point, which I'm not going to do just yet. We're just going to start by throwing items into the void. So let's just immediately throw this sword that we just made into the void. Goodbye. Let's get some dirt. Let's get some coarse dirt. And let's get some cobblestone. And some regular stone. And a stick. And some apples. Why not? Okay. Only allow items types not blacklisted. Thrown items are renamed with player name if applicable. So we know that. How do we know if they are detected? I guess we won't fully know until we actually spawn the dude and kill it. Void monster only triggers once per cooldown period. Items from mobs, TNT are ignored unless enabled. That's our. We don't actually need this for a while. I'm going to close that out. Rename items, yes. Max the amount of size that can be dropped at once. Whether item drops are max per type. Okay, so let's actually grab a second stack to test that too. Store playtime. Okay, minions enabled falls. Leaderboards are enabled as false. Okay, so items drops are preserved and stored for a player. Loot protections, I don't know, infinitely void spawn monsters. Config toggles properly disable void detection entirely. Okay, so then I'm also going to do a plain sword right in the middle of my inventory and kill myself to the void. And respawn. Okay. And game mode, creative. Okay. We got a couple of things that we've just done, and now we're actually going to see if it actually all worked. All right. Let's do a void on summon. Huh. Okay, so we have a couple issues. Cannot test, so actually, what we could try to do is go into the plugin itself, go into our file, void monster. Okay, so gonna give it some feedback. We have no way of testing this. There is no data on my file that was created or H2 MySQL, etc. Also, our summon command. Oh, let's see. Banish the tumbleweeds from your chat and become. What? Already getting some spam. All right, hold on. How do we take care of you? Come on, Twitch. That's annoying. Let's fix this. Moderation. No, I don't want to pin it. No. That's opposite of what I want to do. Oh gosh. Delete this message. Okay. There we go. That's better. All right. All right. Okay. Let us get back to what we're doing. ArZor summon command does nothing. Okay. Unfunctional. Okay. Fates void detection and storage first. Debug the summon command and boss spawning. Um, I think we're gonna have to take care of this first. We're really gonna have trouble doing any other QA. Um, but I think I'm gonna look at the time here for me. It is pretty late here, folks. I think this has been a good first stream. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up there. Um, and I think we'll pick this up possibly tomorrow, unless let me see. Hold on, I may have spoken too soon. I'm gonna double check a couple of things here. Anything else I'd like to do? As much as I'd like to keep streaming, I don't. I think this is a good stopping point. Um, there is a couple of kind of issues here that are going to take us a while. But just to recap, let's finish up with that. Let's do a little recap. So, what have we been working on the whole day or the whole stream? Essentially, we have a form that allows people to submit their own ideas. So hold on, I will find this. It's hiding from me right now. There it is. Okay. So basically, High Hopes, he came in and he suggested a plugin called Void Monster. And basically, the whole concept of this plugin is that items that are thrown into the void potentially stretch goals to people or monsters or TNT or tridents or you name it are going to get tracked. And then you're going to have to fight a boss to get your items back. That's in a nutshell. There's a lot of little things that make it kind of fun and entertaining. Spawning minions if it's a player that died, and you got to kill the minions to get the items that that player died with. Um, anyway, uh, yeah. So we've been basically building out the fundamentals. We got all of our files in place. We got all of all of our folder structure in place, and we did a bunch of like bug testing and trying to figure out why it wouldn't compile. And then we finally, huge milestone, got a fully operational and usable jar. Granted, we're doing QA testing right now. We're finding things that didn't quite work, and that's where we're going to pick up tomorrow. So we're going to be able to kind of walk through fixing some of these issues. So I will pick this back up tomorrow. About this, I'm going to start about this time tomorrow. So maybe a little earlier. I'd say actually, whatever time it is for you now, it's almost directly on the hour. Um, so think about this time tomorrow, but 1 hour sooner. That's when we'll start streaming again. Okay, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me today. Thanks for checking it out. I hope it was fun and educational for you. It taught you at least a little something. So I look forward to seeing you all.